Okay. How's it going, everybody? We're here once again. Let's see here. So let's go here. Look, I did a thing. I loaded the model before I booted the stream so that it didn't have to figure it out. I'm like learning things about streaming and paying attention. So yeah, here's our nice definition. You know, as per usual, it's just kind of a useful guideline for what we're looking at. You know, gotta spell things out just so that we've got a clean thing. But one of the things that I kind of started this to talk about is, so belt scrollers, BeatEmUps in general, and especially like belt scrolling ones specifically, kind of had a weird history in how many have been made, I guess is a way to put it. Obviously, with Double Dragon and Final Fight coming onto the scene, there was a huge number of beat-em-ups being produced for a while. The 1990s was absolutely the time when this genre was going crazy, when people were playing it, when it just was what people wanted. But you know, when they got on, Street Fighter 2 came out and it kind of stole a lot of the genre's thunder. And then as time went on even further and we got to the 2000s, you know, people just stopped really making beat-em-ups the way they did. People were much more interested in exploring 3D space, and it led to a lot more of the action, the character action game, the Devil May Cry, that type of action, and obviously like first-person shooters and things that are a little bit less related, but you know, things that are relevant to the conversation nonetheless. And so there's kind of a weird thing that you can observe where, you know, there's a huge number of these games that were made in the 90s, and then in the 2000s it kind of just dropped off. And in fact, I would venture a guess, and I would have to go through the list to figure out if this is true or not, but I would venture a guess that there are fewer belt-scrolling beat-em-ups that were produced from 2000 to 2010, that entire decade, than have produced so far in 2020. Partially because of the indie scene taking off and becoming much more accessible to a lot of people to produce a smaller scale of game that's just better suited to what belt scrollers are. But also just like kind of a renewed interest in the genre. I think as time goes on, people are just more willing to re-explore some of these older genres that lost popularity for a while. But with that said, I think I'm going to start today with a game that I think kind of marked the turning point, where, you know, obviously it didn't immediately popularize the genre again, but it went from one that people weren't really talking about, that maybe showed up in some loose flash games, to one that was kind of in the spotlight again. So let's go over here. And unfortunately, because of how I boot these, I can't have quite as much suspense. But yeah, let's talk about Castle Crashers. Which is kind of, as a beat 'em up, it's got some limitations. But this game really took beat 'em ups from being a genre that just nobody played to one that was really in the spotlight. People were talking about this game. People were playing this game. And part of it came down to like Xbox Live indie games and how do I Shoot, I think I need to delete a profile or create a new one or something. Oh, dude. I don't know how I do that. I guess we're just gonna have to go here and try not to use the stuff that's in here. So this is obviously the Steam port, which added some functionality and stuff, but the general gameplay is certainly the same. Yeah, you start out with just a handful of characters. I'm gonna play this guy for the sake of playing a guy. But the characters aren't really that much different. Now, obviously, Behemoth Game took a lot of influence in their art style and general game direction from Flash games. This game is very clearly a Flash game upgraded to be a full release in a lot of ways, which is not a negative thing. Looks like it might be a little bit quiet. Can I do it this way? Yeah, that looks better. Okay. And yeah, okay, there's people here you can talk to, but yeah, Behemoth has their history in Newgrounds, so it's totally unsurprising. And to be clear, none of this is negative. It's just an observation about their art style, what they were going for. Flash certainly has a specific look to it that this game absolutely has. The controls for this game are pretty simple. There's basic attacks, and there's like a stronger attack, and then jump, and then there's some items you can use, like the bow and a shovel. You can occasionally find some stuff, but people pretty quickly realize you can do this. And this is kind of how you play this game, is you juggle enemies around like this. At least if you want to be good. There's a lot of breakable stuff. You can like get extra weapons that are very slightly different. There are definitely some better weapons later. But this game is definitely Juggle Fest in the main game. And yeah, there's the magic system. You can, how do I do that in this? Yeah, you can do a little magic. Right now my magic's pretty bad, so you can't do too much. Can't do too much damage with it. The magic's also a bit weird because most characters' magic is essentially the same. Red's magic is probably the best of the normal characters' magic. There is one of the special characters, or two of the special characters, that have a different magic that's also quite good. And I don't know if any of the like new DLC characters for this version have anything worthwhile. It's possible, but I don't really know. But either way, I'm just going to be sticking with this guy. This game has a leveling system, so switching characters can be pretty annoying. Because leveling in this game is directly based on the number of hits you do. Every time you hit an enemy, you get a little bit of experience. There's also potions that you can heal with. Buy stuff. Just, you know. Now, there's this map. You can do some arena. There's... I don't actually know, remember what the the blacksmith I think is just where you change weapons. Yeah, so here's all the weapons that I have on this file. I'm not going to use any of the stuff that I haven't found yet. Eventually we'll start getting pets too, which is fine. And they'll be in there. But I don't really have any yet. Oh, I guess I don't have stuff unlocked. I don't know if it's character-based then. Yeah, as you level up, this combo system, it gives you more moves, but again, like, you've already got the flight. It's not very purposeful. Magic -1, and I don't remember what the skull is. Probably something positive, but... But yeah, you're pretty powerful against normal enemies when you're doing this crap. You don't have to have too much respect for anything. Yeah, there's throws. I don't remember quite how they work. Just strong button when I'm near them. Alright. You know, I could have read all the tutorial stuff to remember this. But, you know, most of it doesn't have too much purpose. Yeah, getting a feel for when enemies are actually dead is also quite a thing. Because while experience is hit-based, you do not gain experience for hitting dead enemies. And there's no real indication that they've died when you're juggling them. Yeah, I think we came to school to read. Yeah, bosses. Bosses are kind of different. They're a little bit more like a totally separate style of gameplay. Kind of calling a little bit more to like character action style games where there's big stuff going on. We'll see. Hopefully I remember what most of them do, because they're not too challenging when you know that. But yeah, you can mostly just kind of beat them up. This is definitely not a game designed to be hard. But especially given that this is, like, one of the big appeals to this game was it was a game that was really easy to jump into with some friends and play online, which, you know, nowadays we talk about online and it's like, yeah, you should have online for your games. Like, it's pretty common, pretty standard. Not that every single game has it, but even if games don't have it, a lot of times you can get online in certain other ways. But, you know, in 2008, you really couldn't do that. Like, playing a game online was not necessarily a trivial feat. Most games didn't have any support for it, and certainly not a game like this. Oh. Guess that is a little bit faster. No? The hell is sprint? It's not telling me my controls in there. Settings. Controller settings. Block. Push the top. Well. Alright, there is a stomp. If you ever actually let an enemy hit the ground, you can stomp them. Which is always, you know, it's one of those things that, like, doesn't feel that meaningful when you're just, like, talking about it. Like, oh, you can stomp enemies on the ground, good for you. But it does add a lot of continuity to what you're doing to not have to wait for enemies to stand up to attack them. Yeah, the shovel's a weapon. It's not the best weapon, but it is a weapon. The other funny thing I remember about this game is literally every character being exactly the same for like basic stuff, except the green guy, who like weirdly had a different attack when he was in the air that made it so he couldn't do these juggles. So like all the characters were essentially the same except 3 characters that had different magic, and then randomly the green guy was bad. It's very silly. Ah, yeah. Pretty telegraphed. Great. It's kind of how I thought it was. Again, this game's not meant to be difficult, so attacks are quite telegraphed. And then yeah, beat the boss. You get this very behemoth-esque end stage thing going on. And if you're playing cooperatively, then you actually have to fight for who gets to kiss the princess at the end. But obviously we're not doing that. So yeah, all the levels go to stats. You get 2 points a level. And I'm just going to be leveling strength to try and proceed through the game quickly. You know, we do have a couple paths, so just kind of have to pick one and go. Ah, yes, and the rideable animals. I don't remember how good these are, but they're funny. Oh, right, you just get a run and attack. These are quite good, yes. Yeah, big guys do help mix this up a little bit, since obviously they follow a little bit different rules. There are some interesting attempts at balancing the stats, because, like, obviously magic and strength are kind of separate, but also the bow. Like, obviously I'm not very good at using the bow right now, but it is statted based off agility. So, since I'm not going to be leveling agility for a long time, it's not going to be very good. There's also just like secrets hidden around, like this owl. There are a bunch of different pets in this game, which are mostly hidden. Some of them are pretty obvious. But they just have kind of a side bonus thing they do. This game also has some very early internet humor. Nothing that's too atrocious, but yeah, the poop jokes are very real. Alright, run is just a little bit based. +2 strength, hell yeah. Yeah, it is a bit annoying that the first time you pick up a weapon, you don't get to see what it is. You have to kind of drop it and pick it up again. Some minor UI things that could have used a little bit of work. But nothing too bad. Yeah, we got another pet, seahorse thing. Which again, I don't even think you can see what the animals do without going back to look. But most of them aren't too important. Said, yeah, they really like the, they really liked their poop jokes. Yeah, some they had a handful of mini games like this that are just like pretty straightforward, not challenging, but tried to break up the game with some alternate things. I actually don't remember this theme. It's pretty great. But this game's presentation in general is quite good. Yeah, surfing on Friend Shark. Yeah, this segment kind of is interesting in that, like, landing on these animals lets you attack normally. So, this boss had a rather humorous glitch on it that I cannot do because A, it was patched, and B, I don't have the weapon you need to do it. But at one point in this game's life, you could throw a boomerang and get it stuck on this boss, and it would just hit it every frame. Which was quite funny because A, it was pretty good damage. Yeah, and this is the boss where they teach you to block, idiot. Whoop. The boomerang thing was also funny because it just gave you a ton of experience. Really want to keep your animal pet here so you can block. I may die. Yeah, unfortunately I'm playing on the Steam version, so there's no option to have the unpatched version. That glitch was also very funny because sometimes it resulted in the graphics getting fucked up. Ah, and I leveled up so I get a health refill. Well, you can down patch in Steam, but I didn't think the patch that glitch worked on ever existed on Steam. Because this game wasn't released on Steam until a long time after its initial release. Hey, I did kill it. I was thinking I could get there. All right, making progress. Yeah, Orange Box was very much a promotional tool for Steam. Here's one of the digging spots. God, you had to mash for it. Yeah. Just money here, but some of them do have good stuff. Yeah, and the horn. I don't have the horn, so I can't do the horn secret. Not too worried about getting the secrets, mostly worried about just getting through the game. Yeah, this release, this game was 08. This release, I don't know when hit. Yeah, this is one of the few enemies that actually uses magic, which is neat. I got a new pet. I don't remember what this one does either. I think this one attacks. Umbrella. I don't need 3 defense. I mean, I probably do, but I'm not taking 3 defense. Here they want you to block. Yeah, the magic in general is not very good. This is a way, secret way. I don't know what. Oh, I think I need like bombs or something. I don't think I can just hit that. Oh, I think I might have just remembered the meme that someone was worried about earlier. Oh well. It's not bad, just weird. Yeah, here's a good example of the enemies start getting more tanky. Like, I've invested the entire game into strength. And these guys still take a pretty good amount of hits. Yeah, they really liked the poop jokes. They really liked them. Oh yeah, and we get a bat pet. Getting lots of pets. I don't remember. I think you actually have to go in all the places, but for now I'm just gonna progress. Yeah, the bees. Yeah, this is the first game for today. Got the same weapon, I guess. Yeah, steal a king's horse. Okay. Ah, yeah, the power mini game with no purpose just puts you a little bit further in the thing. Wow, that just killed me. Right. Okay, let's go to a shop and buy some potions. I guess bombs as well. I don't remember stuff getting up to that extreme of damage quite this early, but maybe I had more damage on me than I realized. I wasn't paying that much attention. Oh yeah, those guys just do a fucking shitload. So it's unsurprising that the big guy would kill. Alright, I might have to actually invest some in non-attack stat. I should level up in a second here, so I don't need to fill this. Must be getting weapons I already had. I think it may not show you when you get repeat weapons or something. Let these guys just mob him. Right, but they do actually have health bars. They can die. Bat's actually going and attacking people. It's great. Don't know that I really need this money for anything, to be honest, but I'm not going to turn it down. Yeah, Bat doing that 1 damage. Anti-air bomb. Oh, hello. Where'd that bomb come from? right. And this was the really annoying cycle-based thing. Spend a bunch of time waiting for him to be done playing the organ. Oh my god, I was trying to... No. Alright, let's put a little bit of investment in defense. But, fortunately, that is a checkpoint. They did not just have no checkpoints in this game. If I remember correctly, defense is a bit weird in this game because like the first few points in defensive investment I think are like really valuable, and then it kind of tapers off a bit. You just can't juggle this guy, huh? Jeez. Weird hitboxes, I guess. Yeah, you just stand and watch that happen. It's all good. Yeah, here we are. So, yeah, this part is interesting with the limited space. right, the eye laser beam attack. That is very predictable. Whoop. That's not what I want to do. Whatever, we're just gonna go over here and beat it up. Used a bunch of potions I didn't need to, but you know. I think there's a secret around this somewhere. Maybe not. Maybe it's just one of those places that looks like it or should be. Little guy's trying to steal money. But you know. Not that I really need this money for anything, but... Alright, that one's yours. Did you run away or did you actually die? Weird. Whatever. Yeah, the weird buttery lava here. Yeah, these enemies are a much better example of why the juggling is pretty necessary for playing this game at all efficiently. And these guys are like even hard to juggle, so it's kind of awkward. Just stomp them though. The latest Alien Hominid thing is not a re-release, it is a new game. Do I heal? Kind of wasted a bunch of my potions. Oh, there we go. Okay, perfect. These guys are kind of weird. Being like a little bit heavier makes it annoying. This seems to be fine. The animationless bomb throws is interesting. It was fun. I was completely behind him and managed to clash with him. Come on, dude. Don't stomp him. Context actions. Giving me the business. I will stomp him. It's whatever. It's too magic. I don't need that. Whoop. Did not remember what he was about to do. Ah, not blockable. So yeah, pretty simple bosses. Just kind of do one or two things, figure out how to avoid them, and you're pretty good. And the Terminator, thumbs up. Okay, 3 more levels and we'll have attack maxed out. Here I've got the sandwich. Oh yeah, I'll take Spiny. Don't really need that many, but I've got a lot of money. Lava World. So the sandwich is kind of a interesting idea. Eating the sandwich turns you into one of the big guys, which gives you the very funny infinite of just this. But it has a rather short timer, so... Yeah, here they want to teach you about the sandwich. So, if you want, you can like stay there and get a bunch of sandwiches, I think. I don't think it restricts you from just grinding up several of them. But obviously I bought them out, so whatever. Alright, on to not active Volcano Town with all these very alive people. You can smash and get food. Or gems? I thought these are mostly food. Really like food right now. There we go. Some fries. Good enough. That looked really weird. Didn't like me rubbing against the wall and jumping. Actually, don't remember this. I'm assuming I just have to kill enough guys. Alright. Oh, yes. This is a sandwich fight. So they are nice enough anytime there's like a sandwich thing you need to do to just give you sandwiches. Which again, like if you really want a bunch of sandwiches, it's a pretty easy thing to grind because of that. Yeah, this boss, mostly... I don't know. There's probably something to do on him, but I have enough invested in power to just brute force it. And then, yeah, we get the thing. The steering wheel, I guess? All right. I think I do have to do this, so I'm just gonna go ahead and do it before I end up having to wheel around. Yeah, okay. What about now? So, yeah, I had to go do that stuff anyway. So these enemies, most of the like human enemies you can unlock as a player character, and these guys are one of the guys with really interesting magic. It's pretty bad on normal enemies, but against bosses that can't be knocked down, it ends up doing a lot of damage because it's a whole bunch of saw blades that are like along the ground hitting, and bosses that can't be knocked down get hit by all that shit repetitively. Yeah, both of these guys. Maybe they'll do it. No, that's different. At least I think it's both these. That magic. That magic is the one. It's kind of weird, like, how few enemies have a unique thing like that instead of just, like, magic that effectively works the same. I guess there's some guys that have, like, the arrow shot. That's a little bit different, but... And in spite of looking like an edge, it is just a wall. Oh yeah, he's got the bird we can steal. Alright. Gonna fight him in his own game. I don't remember what bird does. I would like my defense though. Oh, of course. And this is one of the gimmickier bosses in a game full of gimmicky bosses. Nope, I guess it killed its own thing. I don't really want to use another potion, but I might kind of be committed to here. Alright, should be okay. Oh, I ended up with the bird. Oh well. Alright. Let's go back here. I'm gonna, first of all, stock up on potions again, because that's the most important thing in this game. We're also gonna look at these animals for a second, just see what we got. Helps you find secret items. That's right, and you have to grab these and come back here. Chicken increases strength, defense, and agility. Why do I have chicken? I guess these are just some that I had already unlocked. I don't know what this guy is. This is like a DLC one. More gold. Whatever, I'll just take the chicken. I have no scruples. It's not like it significantly changes a lot about the game, just makes it go a little quicker. Ah, yes, ninjas. Everyone's favorite ship-based enemy. Yeah, ninjas versus pirates was a definite part of this era of the internet. I will say, of all the like dumb internet garbage fights I've seen, it was at least one of the funnier ones. Like just just total nonsense. Total nonsense thing. Right, these guys are kind of a pain because you know, they grab you when you get close. And you don't, well, I don't have good projectiles at least. There are good projectiles. Yeah, and the scorpions that just die in one hit, I'm pretty sure, always. I don't think it even matters that I have max health. Or, not max health, high damage for this area. I don't know why I'm digging these all up. I don't need any of this stuff. Let's just go. Actually, don't remember this guy. Well. Seems like as long as I keep attacking him, he doesn't have a lot to do to me. Alright, just hit him from that range, it's all fine. Dig so I can hopefully find another food. Very non-threatening enemy in actuality. I don't remember these guys being heavy, but clearly they are. Hey, giraffe. And yeah, they really like their alien hominid stuff, so that hit me while I was on the ground. I see. They tied it together a bit. Ah, yes. And now we get kidnapped. They put us just where we want to be. Yeah, put little dev guys for themselves in here, because why not? Little Easter egg for them. Yeah, they put a lot of these guys here, but they don't really have health, so kind of a weird little brawl here. This part was always funny because like people would think you could come here for good experience. Like because like in your head you're like, man, look at all these enemies I can kill, that'd be great experience. But because the experience is entirely based on number of hits and these guys just like die immediately to anything, that's not how it works out. But it is quite a big mob they throw at you. Yeah, this is Behemoth, which is Alien Hominid, along with Battle Block Theater, and I'm sure a bunch of other stuff that I'm not familiar with. The hero. Now we gotta escape. So why not? Depth access can be a bit weird when you're looking at those types of angles. I don't think there's even really that big of a punishment for failing this escape. But oh, we're gonna fail by nothing. I guess it gave it to me. And yeah, these things have a strong attack that just spits. Because alpaca or camel, whatever this is supposed to be. I don't actually know if this is supposed to be what this is supposed to be, if it's supposed to be some kind of camel or not. I don't really know if camels are known for spitting like alpacas are. Yeah, mounts are pretty good. Just get a run at enemies and do this. Is it llamas? Am I just wrong about both of those? Either way, whatever this thing is can spit. I think that might be like a pet at that spot, but... Oh, that's right, and you catch this guy. If you're able to catch this guy, you get to steal his pet. Otherwise, he just leaves. But I would rather have this... Yeah, here's an example of one of the secret walls, I think. Gotta double bomb it. Come up here and get this guy. Again, I'd rather have you. This guy's serious. Whoop. Wow, got a lot of invincibility. Yeah, this is one of the enemy types that's a little nicer to have, like, magic against, actually, but since I have not invested, since I want the game to progress at any reasonable speed, I don't get to do that. We can shoot a little bit of magic at him, I guess. Or not. God, level 1 magic is just so little. Yeah, another one of the enemies that actually uses their magic semi-consistently. Just stood and did it immediately. I feel like it might be possible to interrupt them out of that, but you know, don't really feel like taking a bunch of hits for no purpose. Nice bomb. Arrows. Oh yeah, that's their magic, that's right. Kind of forgot about that. I knew somebody shot arrows like this. And then this minigame. Which you get to just cheat during. If anybody's in the front, you can just hit them. Unfortunately, you can't just, like, kill any of these guys. They will live. That touched the ground, huh? And they generously give us the map for winning. we can go this way. All right, we need the horn. So we gotta leave. Alright, they seem to have that under control. They're not very strong, but they've got it under control. Yeah, good job. Good job, peasants. You did it. Oh, it's time to progress. Alright, I guess just standing at like that range and attacking works. Don't have to rush them too hard. That guy kind of walked through the background. That was interesting. Get the mother troll back. I believe that's what this thing is. These black things are supposed to be trolls, their version. New combo. Still learning new combos, huh? Snail. Which again, I'm gonna grab just to make sure I've got it, but really I don't care. Right, this guy. Forgot about corn. Which, you know, I've got stats. I can just kind of do this. Most of what it does doesn't even do damage, really. It just kind of knocks you away. He does have quite a bit of health compared to a lot of stuff before. Man, the hitbox on that when it's diving, they really wanted to make sure no shenanigans happen there. And he just goes and gets the horn for us. He's a good guy. Alright, so we're maxed out on strength. Next I'm going to work on defense just because it's not really necessary, but it makes things easier. Pig. Piggy makes food give you more health. Yeah, here we get the fishmen. This part's kind of annoying because of the water making you walk slow, but fortunately these jump attack combos let you just kind of float around in the air. So, you know. So yeah, at least some attempt at enemy diversity. It's not just all the regular guys, but definitely a lot of just the regular guys. Hey, the chicken. Well, now I can at least just say that I have the chicken. Don't have to worry about whether or not I got it legitimately anymore. Okay. Minus strength, why would I ever want that? Hey, itinerant. Ah, yes, Medusa. With her one boot. Artistic nudity. Question marks. Well, I guess I'm gonna retreat, because I can't actually hit her when she's over there. Okay. Yeah. Another, you know, again, boss is still pretty straightforward. Alright, the hill climb. So this stage I remember very well. Primarily because when this game was, you know, relevant, I beat it on the, there's a bonus difficulty that's, I think, called Insane. And I did beat the game on that difficulty solo when this game was relevant. And this stage is kind of a mess in that difficulty because pretty much everything just kills you. So, like, at one point I was good enough at this to just do that. It's also, like, the last majorly difficult thing in Insane difficulty, if I recall. Like, after that, the game gets quite a bit easier. Not that it becomes, like, trivial or something, just, like, the issues with Insane difficulty become less relevant. And also, they have a lot of HP. But fortunately, I'm not doing that today. Instead, I'm getting my ass kicked by the regular ones. Oh boy. I don't think anything's gonna replace this weapon, but never know. At this point, I'm pretty sure I missed the boomerang entirely, also. Ah, yes, and here I believe we have to... Nope, I guess not. Okay. I was thinking we had to break this shack. Oh, shit. Oh, I might die for my sword! Yeah, shit. Oh, God. And I lost my weapon there, because I grabbed a thing thinking it might be new. Oh, what are you? It's actually not bad, but I can't afford it anyway. Get my sword. Want to hit harder. The rest is irrelevant. Must hit harder. And again, a lot of this stuff is like probably good. I could use a lot of these weapons potentially, but I don't want to grab a bunch of stuff that I didn't unlock in this playthrough. from not remembering how to reset the game. It's interesting they seem to get more stunned by jump attacks than standing attacks. Jesus. Nice crit! I didn't even know enemies could crit. At least it happened right at the start. These loose hits of like 50 plus damage, pretty strong. What the? Just gonna use that. No, not again. Nope, 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 nope. God. Feel good for a second, and then these loose hits just really add up fast. Oh, it's got a 5 strength. 5 strength, 2 magic, -2 agility? Yeah. Not that I'm using magic, so like this is basically just even worse agility to my already minimized agility, but you know, whatever. It's nice having different weapons once in a while. also nice having light enemies again. So I don't have to do that standing spinning. Anyway, Iceland. So this part, at least, surprisingly does not have ice physics, but we will get there. Yeah, the hoods they make an interesting look for what they decided to go for. That's another infinite you can do. It's kind of funny, just throwing enemies into the corner over and over again. Bit weird to set up. But that's the idea generally. Guy? Penguin? Some animals hanging out? I guess I just left. Oh, that's just the start of here. Okay. Yeah, I think the horn gives you, like... I don't know. It gives you some bonus you don't really need there. Yeah, kind of a weird room there, because you just naturally outrun it. Also neat. A lot of signs that you should probably read instead of just running past. But I believe it's just arrows and ice wave, and you just have to listen for which order. Kind of a memory game, but you can also react. And the boss. Yeah, you just kind of have to pay attention to the floor. But also you can kind of float over a lot of this stuff, so it's kind of whatever on that part. Given when he starts doing both of these at once, it starts getting a little bit more hectic at least. But nothing too incredible. Definitely some very behemoth faces on this guy also. They had a certain... Behemoth had a certain style to how they like to draw faces, and still do. And this guy certainly has them. Yeah, this is a starter where the bosses start getting a little bit tedious with health. Even with as much investment as attack as I have, you can just... I don't know. I feel like I've gotten the point of this boss and he's still going, you know? Not to mention the fact that as the cycles go on, he gets faster, so you only get to hit him a couple times, if at all. There we go. Okay. I believe with that we should be moving on to the last phase of the game. Yeah, we just get to fly. No elaboration on how or why we're able to do this, which, you know, kind of fine. Not exactly a game that screams continuity. Yeah, that segment's a little rough to see. Fortunately, it's short, and the consequence for hitting those, I believe, is just like a little bit of damage, not very much even. But not the finest thing in the game. Yeah, the juggles in this game are definitely very iconic to what people remember from it. Or at least people that I've known that know the game remember from it. Now we get to fight some bosses. Couldn't find room for all the stuff, so just throw them in all at the end. Yeah, this fight's a bit weird. Obviously you could speed it up by just taking all these hits. Which at this point I'm going to do because I'm at the stage of the fight where it no longer matters. Oh yeah, now he's going to just run around. So you don't have to do that anymore. Well, I would like this back. Thank you. Very close to a level, which is nice. Yeah, we just... Kind of one of the more annoying things, just smashing this gem. You have to do this a few times, and it's tankier than it feels like it needs to be, but considering how this whole game is like mash like crazy on stuff, it's kind of whatever. Yeah, and that is an important part of the factor, is a lot of this game was designed for multiplayer, and they didn't really scale stuff down to single player. I don't remember what this is about. Can't seem to hit him, so... I mean, I can hit him, but not usefully. Okay, it's just timed. I'm assuming that being a big attack that I can't block it, but don't know, just kind of continuing the trends that bosses do like 2 or 3 things, and you just need to learn what they are. I was hoping to take care of him that phase, but alas. Go through another cycle of this nonsense. Yeah, and I remember spending a lot of time cycling through these 4 bosses, or 4 bosses, because of just like it being an immediate boss fight meant you got a bunch of money total. Although they didn't give me any health. Might have to use one of my potions. Tragically. Tragically, we may have to use another potion. Yeah, so we don't get a health refill. Yeah, this guy. So this guy's kind of interesting because he spawns so many of the like early game enemies. You do get a little bit of a feel for like how strong you are at this moment. Although it's obviously not entirely early game enemies. Yeah, there ends up being a lot going on because they run around like crazy. And with the floor looking the way it does, this also turns into kind of a difficult thing to see. So, good place for sandwiches. But even with sandwiches, you end up having a lot of situations like this where you throw the enemy and then immediately are hit. I did not want to stop. I wanted to do that. I don't remember this guy's deal. I think he's just like a regular guy for all intents and purposes, but he also like blocks at a higher rate. All right. Well, the old depth axis attack worked pretty well. +7 defense. Dang. I think this is technically a separate area. Maybe not. What's the gimmick with this? Do I have to hit him with magic? Or do I just have to wait? Yeah, red is hit him, blue is magic. Fortunately, I don't know how often he switches. Oop. He's got one more form after this, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, like, I don't know, this idea is fine, but obviously it's not super exciting once you figure out what's going on with it. Yep. Oh, might be 2 more forms actually. I don't feel like this is the last thing you do. Alright. There we go. Okay. Oh, that guy hit me. Oh god, these extra guys got me. They kept just knocking me out of stuff. Alright. I don't remember where it's gonna send me, but I need to get these. I don't feel like I have to do all 4 I don't feel like I have to do all 4 bosses again. I feel like, yeah, okay. So yeah, be pretty simple this time. I don't remember how to attack Spider Phase efficiently though. This is a shame. This one didn't even bother. Okay. switch here. Yeah. It's unfortunate. It seems like his spell when he's in magic vulnerable is a lot easier to attack after. Alright, it's easy enough. Easy enough. Alright, we go back to this. I guess there's just a bunch of phases. I really don't remember this boss that well, I guess. Modern is basically starting with this game. Like, this is kind of the first... This is the first game I've played today, actually. And the reason I started earlier was because I knew this game was going to take a long time. Do not remember this guy's phases at all. All this is new in my head. I don't know if I just didn't do this part often enough, or... Yeah, land on this, and we get the princess, and we get the ending. That's the game. So I distinguished modern pretty much based on the gap between the year 2000, when there just weren't very many games being made. Like that was the start of the gap, and then yeah, Castle Crashers is the start of like modern belt scrollers. There obviously were a few before that, but like I talked about at the beginning, this game, like, there weren't very many belt scrollers being made. And this game, for better or worse, this game kind of brought it back into the spotlight. Yeah, there was the experimentation with 3D. There was just like other genres with 3D becoming new, just other genres coming into play, like first-person shooters becoming big, and more like character action, like DMC style games becoming popular. Then we get our little party. Can wander around a little bit, see people, get some money. Look at the princesses doing their thing. And when you're ready, you can get a kiss from the last princess. And then they do this. This is like such an extraordinarily Newgrounds ending. Where they're just like, fuck it. Do whatever. Oh god, I'm gonna unlock like a million. Oh, no, just one? Alright. Never got the boomerang. So yeah, and then we just get kicked back to here. Yeah, skeleton. Alright. So. I didn't get rid of these from yesterday. Oh boy. Problem is I'm saving all these, so I need to actually excavate them. Where is this? Wait, what? This should have been before here. Okay. Doing pre-streams stuff. Doing pre-stream stuff during the stream because I'm a moron. Alright. Castle Crashers. As video games moved into 3D spaces, belt scrollers became few and far between. Around 2000 or so, the genre had been mostly pushed out of the public eye by fighting games and by the experimentation with the new design space available from 3D games. Behemoth brought some design elements from many of the Flash games on Newgrounds in the early 2000s and put this game out as a budget title on Xbox 360, which managed to shove the genre back into the limelight, as it was a very light and easy thing for players to jump into and play online with friends. A tremendous addition to the genre. Modern? You don't like the 2008 game being called modern? I explained this before. When I say modern, I mean modern in terms of what this genre had. And the 2000s was kind of a dead zone for BeatEmUps. So like this game coming out kind of marked when people started looking at the genre again and being like, yeah, you can not like it, but getting old is a thing that happens, unfortunately. While the gameplay is fairly simplistic, it was known big time, is known primarily for its admittedly dated humor, more so than the combat being particularly exciting. Let's just say that. I don't think Streets of Rage 4 is as big of a departure from what was going on. So yeah, this game, you may enjoy this game if you want a very empty, very straightforward way to jump into a game with friends and hit everything in your path. You may not enjoy this game if you want a quick experience for a single playthrough or more depthy things to do. So here's the thing with this game for grading it. Looking back at this game, I feel like it's a much different thing than it was. The context that this game was released in my opinion, is gigantic in saying how good I want to grade it. And you know, this game's very simple. It's long, but I also, like, this game was not intended to be played in one playthrough like this. Obviously, they had the consideration that someone could do that, but that's not what it was designed for. This was not designed as a game that you sat down, you crushed through it in one go, and then you did it. It was intended to be a game you came back to, you played with friends, you did the stuff again, You went and ran around and explored and found all the little secrets that are hidden and all that. And there's a very real discussion of whether or not that's a better design paradigm for the genre. But and the other thing is, like, Behemoth was not a company that was like looking at arcade belt scrollers. They were not on their mind. They were looking at these simple flash games and seeing what people liked. And you know, they made a product that people liked a lot. To be honest with you, if I go back and look at games on the Xbox 360 that people talk about anymore, you know, and admittedly, this is partially a symptom of the circles that I live in on the internet, but I see more people talk about Castle Crashers than talk about, you know, like the Halo games that were on there. I feel like Halo kind of came and went, and like obviously people have fond memories of Halo, but I think in many ways this game was as iconic to the Xbox 360 as anything. I think this game was an A. I think it was pretty easily an A. This game came out of nowhere for people. And I can see a lot of people not liking it. There is not much to this game when you really learn how to play it. But the very simple things you can do, the just like slamming enemies with the juggles and doing all that stuff, this is a game that knows who it's selling to. It knows what it wants to accomplish, and it doesn't even remotely attempt to escape that space by doing anything, I don't want to say creative, anything that's unnecessary to accomplish its goal. The humor is quite dated, but I mean, that's... There's just not... that's just something that happens. You know, this game is what, 15 years old? The humor is going to be dated. It just is. And, you know, some people will still like the humor. This is still like... still like a type of humor that people like. It might not be people that I hang out with that much, but yeah, as much as I personally wouldn't want to play this game that much, I think I think for the time it was released, it's one of the easiest A's I could slam down on this. Probably more people played this than some of the games that I gave an A before. Honestly, this might be one of the most played games on the list of stuff that I do. For better or for worse. Anyway, that game is quite long. Yeah, the RPG element, I mean, again, it just comes down to, like, are you intending to design a game to be played in a single sitting? And the answer to that for Castle Crashers is no. It just is no. Anyway, I am going to take a break because I need to. Actually, it would be a good time to get lunch, even. Because that took even... I expected... So, one of the things I did when I was looking at this is I checked the length of some playthroughs. And I actually Okay. I got a little bit to eat, just quick. So, Castle Crashers came on the scene and created kind of an environment that I see some people here are a little ahead of me on already. One of the things that ended up happening was the kind of RPG-like mechanics borrowed from River City Ransom kind of became the goal for a while. That was just how you built one of these games. And so the result of that was Scott Pilgrim. Unlike Castle Crashers, this game was positioned alongside a movie IP that was obviously very popular in that moment. But, you know, being developed by Ubisoft kind of led to that. There are difficulties, but mostly they're, like, character level issues. They did add one character as DLC for whatever reason, and then this version obviously has it naturally. I don't really remember the differences between characters that well, but they also mostly don't matter, so we'll just play Scott here. It does have colors, which is something. Yeah, this this game does have some really interesting sprite work. It's got the basic ideas, and it does have like some unique things with the gut system. That like, I mean, I guess it's not really unique. It's borrowed from, River City Ransom. This game is very quiet, actually. So we'll do this. Nope, we won't do that. Stand by for a second here. Let me try something else. No, I can't do that, huh? I actually can't do that, so I guess what I'll do is turn down my audio a bit, and hopefully that'll make it okay for people. But yeah, I don't know how to explain in any. Oh, nice wiggle. That guy with the 60 hertz wiggle. But yeah, I don't know what to say other than like a vast majority of what's going on in this game is borrowed from River City Ransom. That said, it is linear instead of being the free roaming adventure stuff that River City did. You do get a power-up if you like do well enough for a while. I don't remember the exact conditions. You get to do just stuff like this where you just get a mash and win. I also very distinctly remember that the first time I played this game, I used Kim. And like, if you did the dashing attack, or if you like dashed and attacked with Kim, it would work out in a way that let you juggle infinitely. And then you get that level up attack where you get a special thing when you're dash attacking and it breaks it. So I found an infinite that only worked at level 1 in the game. sorry, I'm not paying like super close attention to the game because it's very simple. But yeah, the presentation of this game is quite good overall. Just then you have all the other things going on with it. You do pretty desperately need money. The characters are quite bad at the start of the game. Oh right, and you make money just by juggling. I kind of forgot about that. As long as they're still alive, at least. Yeah, there's lots of annoying stuff, like the enemies blocking like crazy. You can throw them somehow. Oh yeah, there's special moves that you do stuff like that. I don't remember what those cost. Guts, I think? Yeah, it costs 10 guts. Okay. Which, you know, is a mechanic, but also, like, having guts is effectively having extra health because you will revive if you haven't, or if you have any to use. Yeah, this is just something that happens a lot, is you get a guy that's blocking and you gotta deal with that. And by deal with it, I mean wait for him to stop blocking, because there's really no recourse. Yeah, there's a spin kick, which again uses that. Somehow or another you can throw. Maybe I haven't learned that yet. There's a bunch of moves that you just like don't have at the start of the game. Doesn't help the whole feel. Yeah, I don't know, like, stage 1 enemies are just... I mean, like, obviously they're gonna not just magically become untanky. But, yeah, there's an example of your guts is just extra HP, effectively. Yeah, here we go. I think that's the throw. I think? Maybe not. Let me go in here. Oh shit. I needed that money. Yeah, unfortunately this game doesn't kill the mouse, so moving it around, it can do that. It's just shoved to the side. Yeah, lots of ambushes in this game where a guy will run on screen and they're just already attacking. Pretty silly. Oh, that's what that is, the back attack. Then there's shops you can go into. This shop is the video shop, which we can't actually use because Scott has $500 of late fees, which is a joke from the movie, I guess, or from the books or whatever. There's a coffee shop there I could use and actually like get stats, but it's pretty inefficient to get stats from there. And yeah, there's lots of like random cameo stuff from especially the movie, because this is really based on the movie specifically. Obviously, being a book, there's more stuff, but yeah, I don't know. I don't know what to say. This is the part of the game that's the most boring of a game that's already, like, not that exciting. Yeah, this game came out and was based on a movie that was popular at that moment in time. How much of this crap can I afford? So this is the secret shop. This is like the most valuable place. I can't afford any of it yet. I need $50. Why are the hit sound effects gone? Well, this game is also kind of buggy and has been in every release. I know in the PlayStation 4 release, it had a high tendency to crash. Or PlayStation 3, rather. Really like to level up here so that I don't lose all my money. Yeah, your favorite character just kind of feels like they suck at the beginning of this game, and there's not a lot to do about that. Until you get money. I don't think I'm going to get enough to do this shop without coming back, though, which is a shame. Partially because I screwed up and missed a bunch of the money on the minigame thing. I'd love to have some recourse to that enemy blocking, but alas. Yeah, the 17 is how much health I have right now. Oh, that's not enough. I need another $1. Well, I'm gonna have to come back here and do this whole fucking stage again. But in spite of how shenanigans it is the best course of action for me to, actually, it's probably the best course of action for me to just exit the stage right now. Because this boss gives, like, 50 cents instead of a real amount of money. Nope, we get to do the entire thing again. Fantastic. And I didn't recover health. Well, I do now. So yeah, as much as I hate to say this, this is still the best course of action to beat this game in any reasonable amount of time. Is there a better farm for cash? Bosses are the best way to farm for cash generally, but if you want to do that, you need to be strong enough to beat the bosses in a reasonable amount of time, and I am super not right now. Okay. I don't know what that guy's doing, but I'm just going to go over here and hope that it works out okay. And that I don't have to get him to come over here in order to win. And he's just throwing shit continuously. And then blocking, because everybody loves waiting for enemies to stop blocking. Someday I'll be able to throw. Oh, right, you can't pick those guys up. Ooh, I need to gain a level soon so I don't lose half my money to this nonsense. Weird infinites like that, but they also are not fun. Don't have to fight these guys, we can just leave. Okay. Yeah, this mechanic where you just get to mash the button and win. When you got enough guys. Or when you've got the setup for it. I am going to go in here. I don't want to spend a lot of money on this. I also would like to not die. So yeah, pretty much just the River City Ransom shops. Not really any different. This game go out of sale. I assume it's because of the, yeah, Scott Pilgrim licensing being in the game, or the primary part of the game. There we go. Alright, that move is actually pretty nice to get, because that move lets me hit grounded enemies a lot better. think you can... I don't remember if that... No, okay, it doesn't. Never mind. I was thinking it might do something to guards, but... Can do at least a little bit more damage to grounded enemies instead of... there's a set order you get the moves in, but you just learn them at certain levels. As you beat enemies, you gain levels. Oh, I actually want Bionic Arm. I actually didn't have enough money anyway. I guess I'll take Neverending Fantasy if I get to that amount of money. So I'm like certainly not going to make... I'm certainly not going to make $10 in this fight, right? Yeah, there's a reason that another thing I can point to with like licensing stuff that makes a lot more sense, like the product makes a lot more sense when you realize the licensing stuff, was the Capcom arcade stick that they did, where it was like, why the hell did they release Alien vs Predator, one of the best beat-em-ups, most requested beat-em-ups, on this stupid little controller thing that no one will want. Alright, what did we get? Gut points, defense, and weapon points. Okay, we didn't get attack, so I should have saved for Bionic Arm. I should have... Whoops, didn't mean to do that, but I sure did. What the? It's a lot happening here, none of which is fun. These guys, why are these guys so fast? I guess the hill is just messing with their AI. Alright, the good news is I wasn't going to get $10 anyway, so my choice to buy that book wasn't entirely stupid. Okay, in we go. I like that he can block after the big projectile attack. Huh. And with the plastic cup that doesn't do damage. It's nice. So his first boss fight's pretty easy. He's kind of like a normal guy for the most part. Except this attack, which I kind of forgot about. Oh. What the hell are you doing? There we go. So yeah, that boss is annoying because, like, not only is it early, so you don't have many stats, but also he gives you almost no money. So. And there's these cutscenes. They're a bit weird. But, I mean, it's all, that's right. And then this would start me closer to that. Yeah, that's right. That's, well. Arguably, I should have finished the stage. But I also very easily could have just died to the boss the first time. Ah, yes, and beating a boss isn't even enough to give you a health refill. You have to buy health refills. Which is great when you're at risk of losing all your money if you don't. Knife and a full heal. At least it's giving me a strength +1. Willing to buy another one just for that. Because, yeah, even just, like, one strength increase is pretty dramatic at this stage of the game. There we go. That's... I'm pretty sure that's the throw. It had better be the throw. Don't think you can throw that guy though. Not sure if you can throw this. We get little mini game thing. Just hit the thing, no threat. Smash. Yep, good run. There's a ledge up here. If I was looking at what was going on. Yep. Got bigger range than I remember. Yeah, it's really just like tough to do things in this game because so many things have like a lot of recovery. Or there's just like another enemy around, so you know, just can't do what you want to do. Oh, good. Forgot about that. And that just kills me. Wonderful. Oh, right. That's not actually a game over in this game. You do have lives. You only lose... You have to lose all the lives to have that happen. Well, that's good to remember. I was confident I was out of range, but alas... Yeah, like this. What are you supposed to do? The enemies are on either side. The one is breathing fire from like a half a mile away. All four of these guys are active, so any of them can attack at any time. And get a break a car, which is not nearly as exciting as you might want it to be. Oh, yeah. Camera guys over here. Actually, I don't think I'm nearly powerful enough to do this, huh? Yeah, I'm not even close. So, we just take damage, because we're not strong enough, because we didn't make enough money from this game's absolutely atrocious money drop rate. Yeah, this guy at least is alone, which is nice. I mean, I guess you get these guys occasionally. Oh, I guess they do actually live. I was thinking they just showed up and left. He just kind of zooms around. I don't know. It's not a very interesting fight. Oh my god. Okay, that beat him cleanly every other time, but I guess that time I needed to lose that life. Comes over here, just kind of kills himself. Something, I don't know, it's a death. I think we get a life from this. I feel like we get a life from this somehow. Yeah, unfortunately this is as loud as I can make the game. I could make myself quieter, but yeah. How much money do I have? 70. Not enough to get the arm. Man, I'm honestly tempted to go back into, you know, if I go back into the start of stage 1, I should make enough. Is that worth it? How's my strength only 3? Because I haven't spent a bunch of time buying food. Because I'm trying to make the amount of money I need to get the bionic arm, because then my strength will be like 50. And then the game will go quickly from there, instead of being absolutely abysmal. Is that really my best way to make $50? Probably. So we're going to do stage 1 for the 3rd time. Fortunately, I'm doing slightly more damage thanks to the food I bought in the one stage, I didn't get an extra life. Could have sworn you got one from that fight, but whatever. Baseball. I don't want that crap. How is this guy not... There we go. Yeah, my damage went from 2 to 3 per hit. So, like... The burgers I bought made a tremendous difference and my damage still feels awful. Oh, well, I guess I don't get his money now. Yeah, having a throw is nice. I have at least some recourse to these enemies blocking. It's a shame it took me like an hour of gameplay to unlock the throw. Yeah, I don't know what to tell you, Alias. If enemies didn't guard in this game, I could be like, yeah, whatever. You don't need a throw. But they do. A lot. It's not even like the throw is a great answer to it, though. It's just an answer. Oops. I really hope I make enough money from this. I need a bit more than I was thinking. This helps a lot. Couldn't remember exactly how much money this was, but that helps a lot. Oh! Get back here. He didn't get thrown there, huh? I'm actually not going to have enough, am I? I'm going to be just shy by the time I need to go in the thing. Just in time for Scott Pilgrim? No, you had plenty of extra time. We're barely started. We haven't even gotten to the part where I get to play the game yet, because my character is such garbage at the start of the game. Block in from the back, because why not? Yeah, and like, admittedly, you can make the overall experience a bit more fluid by, like, buying food continuously instead of just going for the big upgrade like I am, but the net payout is a lot better to do this. I really hope I don't game over from going from 1 to 0 lives, because if I lose half my money, I'm gonna lose my mind. I'm actually going to go back and buy food instead of risking that. As much as it pains me. Because I'm going to have to do this again. But I was already going to have to do it again. I wasn't going to make enough money. I should have enough money after going through the point thing. Have to come in here again, but I'll be able to come in from the midway. I mean, this part seems to keep killing the sound effects. Not sure what the guy on the right was trying to do. But whatever, doesn't matter now. Grab just didn't work. Bionic Arm is $120, or basically $130. Can I just not throw this guy? Is he actually immune to throws too? Because they fucking hate game design. Having enemies that are able to be hit other than randomly. It's too much of a design issue for me. I think my best bet might have actually been to just come into stage 1.5 a bunch of times to do this. Because this is the shortest route to money. Oh, no, I don't want to go there. The coin blocks, not so much. It's the piggy banks that are a lot. I mean, the coin blocks are fine. Okay, that's the other throw, which is better. Also, there's definitely a timing you can re-throw enemies as they're landing, which is funny. I guess. Funny-ish. Sound effects are once again messed up because this game can't play sounds. That guy should be dead. He's not, but he should be. Okay. We're ready to play the game. Now, I'd say, to be fair, you could have done better at getting that. But also, what kind of person is going to jump into this game and find that and figure out the optimal way to grind that? And the answer is no one. Yeah, now we're just like jump kick to kill an enemy, practically. Yeah, those guys just can't be thrown, huh? That's cool. Kind of forgot that was how that worked, because it sucks. Yeah, look at how fast enemies die now. It's like a real video game. Still one where they just like run over to you and at light speed and start attacking, which is fun, I suppose, for somebody. Yes, it is just a raw strength increase. It does not have any other effects. We can buy some stuff. Those are not worth much. There's a block, but like when they're running from behind you, it doesn't help. Because you are often surrounded in this game. Because they like making these fights that are like 8 enemies. Which, you know, is fine. Like, those are encounters you can design around, but they sure didn't. Yeah, like this, where there's just this many guys. What are you gonna do? Block all of them? Block the low sweep. Also, don't get any money from those guys because they just get an arm injury instead of getting KO'd. These enemies are doing some wacky stuff. Why is this fight still happening? Imagine if I didn't have, like, 50 strength right now when I was doing this crap. Like, legitimately how long it would take to slog through this. Totally uninteresting, same fight. Good fight, good fight. Didn't even get to the second phase where the other girl comes into the fight. It's good. Yeah, I mean, this game lives primarily on its on the strength of its presentation. That's really what it comes down to. And having an IP people cared about at the moment it was released. I do enjoy this bit. I don't really remember what the deal is with this shield, but it seems like I could throw him, so. Yeah, he does this attack a lot, which you just get to wait for. But fortunately, you get a bunch of damage in when he does that. Yep, now we wait for this for a while. Hey, there's a 1-up. Just that long of a gap between the boss dying and the stage ending. Sure thing. Sure thing. I will go buy another bionic arm once I've got the money, by the way. That's pretty much the primary reason I'm still collecting money. Yeah, I mean, the thing is, it doesn't really get good either. It just becomes okay. Like, it becomes a playable video game once you've gotten all the money you need to actually have stats. Like, this is fine. It's nothing special. I don't feel incentive to, like, think or play well because the impacts of doing that are not large compared to just hitting button. Also, holy shit, they are still doing a lot of damage. Oh my god, why did it do the back elbow? That guy was dead. Sure what these guys are doing. Oh, good. Just so I had control of the situation. Guy from off screen with a bat who's not even in the fight. That guy's like in the next fight who just showed up to swing once. But yeah, and we get the weird uppercut now. Or roll. Which isn't even that useful. Yeah, these dudes who, in case this game's money grind wasn't shitty enough, steal from you. Strength also affects how, like, far items go when you throw it, and it results in high strength. You throw items, it just bounces around. Look how fast these enemies are, man. Like, why? Why do they need to be this way? Why does any of this need to be this way? Oh, well, don't get money from them now. Swords are actually pretty good, so... I guess I'm supposed to wait, probably? Yeah, well. Layering there was pretty interesting. And whatever that... Okay. I don't feel like that's what's supposed to happen there, but... I feel like I should be able to get this. Oh, well, that's not helpful. It's not a shop. Okay. What's going on? Oh, alright. We've got enemies over here who are just hanging out. Oh, on fire guy. Classic. I'm not sure what's going on with this sword either. It doesn't seem like I can pick it up anymore. Alright. On fire guy was defeated by more fire. We got more guys over here. Alright, should have enough after this stage to go get a second bionic arm. Which admittedly is not as nearly as big of a deal as the first for damage, but... I need to spend my money anyway, because I'm going to end up game overing after I do that. Oh, okay. That's helpful. Oh, and this game also is quite bad about soft locking when enemies fall in certain pits. I don't think the ones in this stage are too bad, but I think it's the next stage where it happens to me all the fucking time. Oh, just get out of here. Can pretty much stop collecting money at this point. Why? What is its detection on that? Also, there's an object like over on the left somewhere for some reason. Kind of weird because like nobody was over there. I'll still grab like stuff that's on the way, but I definitely don't need to grab, like, all of it anymore. Yeah, this river is atrocious. I have soft-locked the game in this screen so many times. Alright, good. Money can buy lives, but I can also just game over on purpose and get the lives back, because there's no real consequence to game overing if you don't need your money. I'm not getting those. I don't care anymore. I think the Guts Revive system sucks because it gives you a reason to never use your guts for anything ever. Like, the value of getting revived from guts is far higher than the value of any of the moves you can do with it. Great fight. Went very well for one of us. Was the grass overlapping the damage text? This game was very buggy on release, and this is a port of it made several years later by different people. So lots of shit happens. Once more to the shopping district. That was the last of my health, huh? Why was I jumping so high there? I'm gonna buy a little bit of food. Whoops. All right, get out of here. Why does that happen? Why am I jumping so high there? Oh, well, of course I'll gain a level immediately after. Why wouldn't that happen? Not that I need the money anyway. How many stages so far? In the first hour, I beat 1, and now I'm on stage 5. In the back, like, 20 minutes. Because that's how this game works. Okay. Just one? Just a one quick giant disco ball for the good measure, and then... I don't remember that, actually. Like, at all. This would be a much more interesting mechanic if you can go in the background and just ignore it. But I guess it would also be annoying then. Count my blessings. Do it again? I wish I could do it for you, but alas, I'm not in control. Also, I'm sorry to hear that you have an ear infection, Dot. That sucks. You've had a bad run of it. Good boss. But that's what happens when you have just all strength build. Why does that happen on every like transition? I get those huge jumps. On the first jump after I exit a door seems to be just huge. Here's this screen shake effect. It's not quite as severe. But even running jump, like this is a running jump normally. Just the first one after going through a door seems to be giant. Oh, this is a shot. Like here. No? Alright, didn't do it there. I was gonna say, there should be music for this. Size maximum. Whoa. Hey, double jump. I guess now's the time that they can give me double jump. Got it? Dojo Part 2. I do really like the effect they had in these areas where the music is like faded. I do think that is a pretty good music effect. Nope, bats. Surprise. The double jump is like such a small extra jump too, though. It's like barely any extra aerial. Guy over there. Oh. Hello, snake trap. Those segments are really... Oh, here you go. Here's the shake effect back for real. Those segments are really funny when you get speed really high because you can just run over the whole things. Well, I killed myself with this thing. Good job to me. Well done, Murphigator. Yeah, I don't know. I don't even know what you're really supposed to do in most of these fights, because like when the enemies block like this, it's like great, you can throw, but also there's 4 of them, and if you go after any one of them with a throw, they'll all rush in. And then the enemies do shit like that. Oh yeah, hitting myself with the object is not a thing I would complain about, given things. Oh, I was jump kicking when that cutscene started. Got him! Ah, good. Outplayed. No chance at all. How much money do I have? 50? I'm not gonna go for a life at 50. If I get to 100, I'll go back and buy a life. Or 2 lives, rather. We've got Nega Scott. Okay. Okay. I'm just fighting the wildlife because why not? Can I hit this? Is it a real enemy? Oh, I thought that was the last one. So yeah, a bunch of short enemies is, again, kind of one of those things where it's like, I mean, it's okay, you've got low attacks, it's not like the end of the world, but it is also kind of like not that fun, to me at least. Just seems like one of those things where, like, an occasional one can be fine. Alright, last life. But when half your enemies are short, it's kind of like, well, why do I even have an attack that can do that? Also, like, one thing that happens in this game that's a bit weird is in that situation where it's like, so I'm carrying an object. If I don't have something to get rid of it, it can be kind of a but you can do throws to him. Which you can actually loop. Because this game's fucking weird. Got kind of an awkward amount of money. If I had like $10 more, I could probably go buy the second stamina upgrade. I guess I should... Well, the problem is I need more than $10 on the way. I need like $20 on the way. Right? Because it's 119. Yeah, maybe I can make that much. I mean, I just like instant kill all these enemies, so it's not a big deal if I have to go again. Because I'll certainly get it in the subspace. Just gonna have to go through the subspace. Oh, that's nice. I don't remember what that is. Oh, yeah. I don't remember if that move has any real use to it. I mean, you can hit enemies with it, and it's a big uppercut that does, I don't know, decent damage. Doesn't do a lot compared to, you know, doing a combo. That's fine. That's all I need. Okay. Now we go buy that, and then we quit to menu and select start in the game again. That should refill my lives. And then we finish the game. Oh my god, these high jump. The menus seem so chuggy because this whole game is pretty poorly programmed. And I don't even say that like... I don't like saying that about games generally because like... It's kind of just like a shitty thing to say about a thing that was developed, but this game is notorious for like crashing and stuff, and I don't know, maybe this port doesn't, but there's just like a lot of stuff that they kind of have awkward. Even like that, see you next time, and then you're just sitting there waiting. I don't think you need to do that, but... Hopefully that gives me my lives back. If not, I can just die. But this is the end of the game, essentially, so... This stage is a bit long, so... would be nice to have lives back. Nope, okay. It does keep lives. Alright, we're just gonna take the game over then. Unfortunately, I think because of how guts works, my best bet is to do this, to get rid of all my guts first. It's kind of dumb that restarting the game didn't do that. Oh, I can just get rid of all my health this way too. Cool. And there's your continue screen. So, like, I know there's a thing about, like, lives in video games that people get worked up about anymore and, like, how they're pointless and whatever. And I don't think they're pointless, but I don't really understand not refreshing lives between stages in a game like this where this is the consequence of continuing. So the in-game sound effects are getting even quieter. Also, I'm how long into the game and I gain the ability to tech out of air moves? Guy just walked off of his own volition. It's cool. And they blew that up for me. Cool. Oh, right. He's the guy who just can't be thrown and also blocks. So, good luck. Figure it out, nerd. Is it gonna be the crowd? Yeah. Nope. Not quite. God, these enemies are just so weirdly fast. Feels a little cheap. I don't know. Like, the whole thing is just supposed to be that you're supposed to grind for money and health. But, yeah, I don't know. It feels like you have so little recourse to so many enemies in this game. It's kind of silly. Even stuff like that, just a jump kick and then, surprise, the guy's right there behind you. There's already, like, surrounded. It's like they understood all the mechanics that needed to be in the game, like everything functions and whatnot, but they don't understand the consequences of a lot of the design choices. But, you know, whatever. We're here. Here's Super Gideon Graves. He's big. And he becomes invincible a lot. Oh, you can just throw them. Cool. I mean, his invincibility phases aren't, like, super long and obnoxious, and he just kind of walks around with them, so, like... don't get me wrong, I'm not saying it's a great mechanic, but, like... that is not super disruptive to me. And at least they have the courtesy to, like, admit, like, hey, look, he's just gonna be invincible, and we're not even pretending that anything else is going on, he's just becoming invincible and walking around. You know? This part is very exciting when your speed is capped, but when you're normal speed, it's pretty straightforward. Yeah, no, I understand exactly what you mean. Invincibility is one of those things you have to be very careful with. But, like, the way they did it in this game is not egregious to me. You get the love sword, which, that may have been ported incorrectly, but we'll just ignore that. Anyway, we get Kefka here. Yeah, phase 1, just kind of hit with the sword. Can't really do a lot about it from that range. I mean, phase 2 isn't really that much different. Just a little bit more dangerous. But I have a lot of strength also, so this goes quickly. Okay. Alas, not the final boss. In fact, we have an entire stage to go. And the enemies are even tankier. And these enemies aren't even having the courtesy to drop money, which is nice. Oh, now they are. Some of them are. Okay. Can't throw him. Another great, commonly blocking enemy who can't be thrown. Oh, and that isn't money. That is an explosion. Cool. Good to know. Whoop. Can they not block dive kick? Is that my move? I may have found a move that actually breaks guard. Nope, never mind. They just coincidentally didn't block it a few times. Gave me the false positive. Thought I'd have a little bit more time between that, but I guess that one's alone, so it's shooting faster. One of these that ends up being a shop that you can go in, but... Well... I made it further. Yeah, here we go. Here's the shop. I would like energy tank. One to go and one for here. Two for here. No, I got knocked into the shop. I think that's the last shop in the game. Well, I guess in that case, if you insist, game. If you insist, I'll buy another one. I like how he doesn't have a standing animation. Sometimes he just kind of is up. Can't throw a few of the random guys, but the final boss, hell yeah. Oh, kapow. Kicked him in the head. More Mega Man references? Why not? Break. Just absolutely murder him. Yeah, and then the ending is very awful. So first of all, it depends on what character you play as, and multiplayer has different endings too. So like, you can't even get a remotely good ending playing this game single player. Yeah, congrats, you and your character is a scumbag. Which, to be fair, I mean, that really is what the lesson of Scott Pilgrim is supposed to be. Scott Pilgrim is a gigantic asshole to everyone he knows. Which, you know, to be fair, he's supposed to be like a teenager, so there's that. But the entire thing is the story of how Scott Pilgrim is a dumbass and an asshole. Yeah, and an unreliable narrator. And people watched the movie and they were like, yeah, whatever. He's great. Is he 24? I thought he was supposed to be in high school. I like him even less now then. I thought he was like about to graduate high school was the whole deal. But it's been a long time since I've seen that movie. And I never read the books. Wonderful. Yeah, I knew he was dating a minor. I knew that. Knives being 17. I guess it all comes down to the stuff I remember about Scott Pilgrim is basically just that everything about it is kind of awful, and it's presented in an okay package for like what it fronts as, but yeah. I even like Ramona, it's like you think about the stuff Ramona did where she's her ex has to, or you have to fight all her exes to date her, which is like weird. Obviously, you know, weird movie premise, but then you think about like the kind of person that would date twins at the same time together. Yeah, honestly, most of the characters who have like relevant plot points are pretty much a disaster. A handful of them have like at least some redeeming qualities, but I don't know. This is one of those intellectual properties that everything around it seems to be better regarded by the general public than I feel like it should be. Yeah, Knives kind of... I mean, Knives is a victim, really. Anyway, generally I've been letting the whole things play. I guess I can let the credits play, it's fine. The credits for this game are really long, but we'll let it play. Yeah, I mean, my recollection of Scott Pilgrim's characters, too, is that, like, the people who are the most outwardly assholes are the only ones who have, like, morals. I don't remember Wallace being much of an asshole. I remember him being more just, like, kind of depressed. But maybe I'm thinking of the wrong thing. Yeah, well, Kim is like... Yeah, she's done with it. That's a good way of putting it. Kim is like... has realized everything going on is dumb. And is putting the exact minimum amount of effort into it. Yep, this game, I agree with the music being good. This game survives on its presentation. God, the credits still are like half over. Oh my goodness. It's unbelievable that this many people touched this game. Hey, we made it. Okay. So, Scott Pilgrim versus the World, the game. Was that too loud? Probably. But this is the volume it should be at. Unfortunately, this is louder. But that was because of Scott Pilgrim being fucked up rather than anything else. This is what happens when someone learns the worst lessons from Castle Crashers and combines them with the worst lessons from River City Ransom. While this game has an impressive art and sound direction, it is plagued by the extremely low-powered player characters at the start of the game, and the enemies who block or rush the player with minimal recourse. You may enjoy this game if you have an extreme amount of nostalgia for River City Ransom or Scott Pilgrim as IPs, and don't mind some extreme. You may not like this game. Did I spell plagued wrong? Sure did. You may not like this game. Nostalgia? Spell nostalgia in it too? You may not like this game. So this game is tricky. I'm gonna do something that I don't really intend to do with basically any game. This, video games are a group project. They're the compilation of a lot of people's work. So I'm actually going to give this game 2 grades. It's getting a B on the presentation side. And on the gameplay side, it's getting an F. There we go. Let's change this a little bit. I need this to be like this. And I can kind of... I don't want to do that. I don't want to do that. Let's duplicate, and then we'll delete all this. And we'll say presentation, program, or game design. Yeah, I really don't want to do this very often. And usually there may be like commentary that I'll make on what, you know, each one separately. Yeah, if I were to give this an overall grade, I'd give it a C, and I'll do that too. Copy, paste duplicates, and we'll make this. So this is overall. This is a group project. Overall, I would say it's a C, but I would give some mercy to the thing. See, but even saying that, River, even saying that it can be okay, is to me like very telling about how mediocre at best the design is. And then to add to that, a bunch of stuff just doesn't work. Like having these enemies that guard and then you can't really throw them either. You don't really have designated ways to break that guard. You know, like obviously you're not going to have total solutions for everything in all situations, but it's very strange to have like these enemies with minimal recourse to them. And yeah, they guard constantly. It's not like they guard once in a while. They just guard constantly. And you know, the shop stuff, in like Castle Crashers, it's not meant to be played in one sitting, and like there's that, but like even when you learn how to play it really well and it's not fun, it's not. Like the way enemies move is just extreme too. But anyway. And when it came out, people played this game. I don't know what to say. Like this I played through this game when it came out, and I was frustrated with a lot of it, but I wanted to play through it. Again, mainly because I wanted to see the spectacle of what was going on in it, more so than because I love the game. But anyway, I'm gonna take a breather here. Be back in a moment. Okay. So, while Castle Crashers and to a lesser extent, Scott Pilgrim kind of put belt scrollers back on the map at the time they were made, they obviously had some specific stuff that's unappealing to many people. But one thing that did kind of come as a result of that was a renewed interest by a lot of other people in the community on belt scrolling beat-em-ups. And I am still on Be Right Back, that's true. What ended up happening was major companies weren't really that interested because, you know, belt scrollers have some pretty severe limitations to how much you can really get out of them in a gameplay experience and have people care about them. They're definitely a game that a lot of people aren't going to pay. I mean, certainly there's not many beat-em-ups that people are going to make that are going to be worth $60. But it did get a lot of indie developers interested. And while there's a pretty good mix of things that people were interested in making, one of the big ones that got made was Fight and Rage. This was one of the first belt scrollers I can really remember for indie games that got talked about a lot. And it was much more true to an arcade experience. The single session playthrough was really something that they wanted and went for. Now, I am gonna warn people before I start this that this game has a lot of screen shake, like a problematic amount of screen shake. And the developer, you know, I appreciate a lot of stuff this developer has done with this game, but he is incredibly stubborn on a few things, and screen shake is one of them. So this game borrows a lot from the Streets of Rage 3 systems. With how movement works. You have three characters. There's Gal, Ricardo, and F. Norris. Another thing I'll say about this game that is kind of like a personal gripe is, like, the women are very cheesecake. And, you know, I don't care if developers want to do cheesecake, but when it's literally every woman in the game, it's a bit off-putting to me. That said, the characters are really unique and interesting. I generally play as Ricardo for some reasons. But yeah. This game does have branching paths, so like here you can go to the left and get a different ending. Or get a different path, rather. They do lead to different endings, but for the most part it doesn't matter. There's like a lot of pretty silly stuff. Well, I mean, I don't want to talk too much about other games, especially ones I haven't played. But when the entire point of a game is to be cheesecakey, it's a different thing. My point is, like, you have a otherwise serious game, and then, like, you kind of... It's kind of self-destructive to me a little bit. So yeah, here's a good example of when the screen shake gets out of hand. Is you get this thing and you just start mashing in. And yeah, the screen's gonna just move. But yeah, there's a lot of cool things about the way the game functions and feels. It's got a really interesting soundtrack that's pretty good for the whole thing, really. Just very rock music. There are some, like, special moves like this that you can do, and even like a follow-up special. There's a couple of hidden specials, which... Another thing I don't really like is some of the hidden specials aren't really described. I really don't want to throw this knife at her because I want to keep it. Oh, well, there it goes. So this game has like different endings I mentioned before, and one of them involves saving this woman by having a knife. Doesn't really matter that much in the grand scheme of things. But that woman is not Gal. She just uses basically the same sprite. Because all women in this game look like that. Which again, like, I don't care about cheesecake stuff that much. It doesn't bother me when it's around, but when it's all of it, it's like, man. This game also has parries. You can't block, but you can parry. Yeah, there's weapons. I don't know, lots of stuff. So like there's like a lot of dynamic things to do in this game, and it really is like makes for an interactive experience, but again, it's kind of like, man, this game gets really hard to play when you can't see shit because the screen refuses to stop moving. But Ricardo here gets to mostly just make stuff up, because at any time you want to do this special, you can continue any combo with it. It's got Streets of Rage 2 Max pipe swing. Not quite the reach that Max had with it. But But Ricardo is a little bit more of a simple character than the other two, but it's all very effective. Is there any way to mod the screen shakeout? No. I was talking about that before. The dev is just like very extremely attached to that feature. And I am quite convinced that he has cost himself a great deal of business with his refusal. Because I know a lot of people who have said, I'd love to play this game. Love to. But can't look at it. Yeah, you get these gigantic hit stop situations with Ricardo where you do the spin and it just hits everything a bunch of times. Oh yeah, I forgot when you do a special when you're in the power-up mode, it zooms in that way. Yeah, Ricardo's corner presence is scary sometimes. Oh yeah, and you just smash through the door because Ricardo is very large. Apparently there's not any other very large of the monster people in this world. In this area, at least. Yeah, just, you know, exploding people into bones. As one does. Yes, this game does have some hidden inputs. So like that the uppercut, this uppercut is normal, but if you do down up, or if you release stuff at the right timing, you can get a second one after that is like a bonus thing. That's Ricardo's, which humorously I think is the best of them. Because like Ricardo or Norris has this one that's like this flipping grab move. That's pretty cool and damaging, but it also uses his special bar, whereas Ricardo's does not. And then Gal, I think, has two. She's got one where she can do guys like jumping back. Jumping back thing from Mighty Final Fight. And she's got another one that I don't remember off the top of my head. Oh, I thought he was going to go that way. Yeah, a lot of this game, if you want to with Ricardo, you can kind of brute force with his, with just using his special really aggressively. Yeah, some of the enemies have really interesting reactionary attacks. Like Monkey has the up kick that he'll do if he sees you in the air next to him. Like that. But he does not see if you're invincible when you're doing it. Yeah, the input reader is kind of nice. I don't know, like, this game has a ton of cool quality of life features. There's a ton of cool, like, background stuff, and the developer just absolutely refuses to make it in such a way that a good number of people can play it because of the screen shake. It's really a shame. Like, I honestly would say this is probably one of the best beat-em-ups of this era, and I can't recommend it to anyone because, my god, the screen shaking. I don't understand the obsession that the dev has with it. But at this point, it's kind of a moot argument. because he's clearly decided he's not doing it. This extra boss, not necessary to fight. Also, definitely not just Gal, but furry. Yeah, I think Screen Shake's a great effect for dramatic impact too. I think it also stops working when you do it like this. All right, Doberman are one of the interesting enemies that you really kind of have to learn the parry to fight them effectively. At least on harder difficulties, maybe not on this difficulty. Yeah, I honestly feel the Screen Shake is counterproductive to its goal in this game. I mean, just jumping has Screen Shake with this character, which I know he's big, but... And then here, I think I want to beat these guys is the route that's slightly better. Yeah. How did that work? I remember Addery being weird. If you like forced him to tech throws, you could do cool stuff to him. Maybe it was just that. Missed it. Yeah, but Ricardo has the strongest, like, anybody that can be thrown, Ricardo can throw. It's not like Gal, where you can't ever throw half the bosses. And I don't even mean that like figuratively. I mean there's like literally a lot of the bosses who, if you ever attempt to throw with Gal, even if you do your fastest follow-up after like nothing leading into it, they end up teching the throw before the hit. I mean, I guess you can parry, but like then you can just use the argument of you can parry literally everything in this game, which, you know, you can. I think it's quite silly. Like, I understand why they don't want like the combos into throws to go infinitely, but having a bunch of Gal's stuff just like not work seems screwed up. What? All right, we're gonna fight these idiots. Yeah, with Ricardo, you can a lot of times just like dive in. You got just so much safety in basic stuff. Now we fight the battle turtles. Nope. Didn't mean to do that there. Oh, didn't catch him, huh? Yeah, there's just a lot of references in general to other stuff. Like even the kickboxers, like the kickboxers are some of the birds that are referenced in the names of the Streets of Rage 2 kickboxers. But then their names call the reference the other way, essentially. So, yeah, there's just all kinds of references to other games that are obviously inspirations to this one. You know, the special system being quite close to Streets of Rage 3's is also definitely, like, not a thing the developer is ashamed of at all. And, you know, there's nothing to be ashamed about it, just, like, it is what it is. Yeah, the referential stuff is all just like names and stuff that you could easily miss if you weren't looking for them. Death Island. Yeah, this part's really silly if you want to play for time. So you kind of have to dive in here. Close to the food. Oh. Perfect. Ah, really. Okay. Yeah, these motorcycle parts are definitely a part I could say I could do without, but they're kind of whatever also. Especially with the screen shake. But we've been over that already, so. Oh, got floated above monkey. Yeah, I mean, the move list and stuff I think is really cool, but I'm gonna be honest, this game feels like shit to me, primarily because it's hard to look at from the screen shake. Which, like, again, I realize this is something we've been over, but I cannot express how much worse I think the screen shake makes this game than it could have been. Or is, rather. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know, Polly, why he's so gung-ho on the screen shake. It took a lot of people yelling at him that Girl was quite bad on release 2 for him to do anything about that. I mean, to be fair, Gal was kind of, like, fine on release. It was just, like... It was also, like, yeah, she's fine, but also Ricardo is not fine. Ricardo is super fucked up, so, like, it felt like she wasn't fine. Because it felt like she was more in line with the game probably... Yeah. Yeah, I mean, honestly, like, screen shake doesn't usually bother me either. But this game, it just is... It gets... I think part of what I should be clear about is, like, keep in mind, I have to look at this game continuously for, like, 40 minutes. It's not like I get to look away sometimes. And, like, that's the thing, compared when you're, like, comparing just watching it to playing it. Which, admittedly, I know a lot of you have played it, but... Yeah, I would play this game so much more if it didn't shake like this. But instead I have no real motivation to learn anymore. Because I don't want to look at it for hours on end. The screen shake is, like, slightly less in that there's not stuff like the just shaking every time you jump. But it's still pretty, it's not like suddenly it doesn't have it. Yeah, the art direction's fine. It's kind of one of those things where it's like they picked a style and they went with it, and so, like, that's what it is. And also, you know, one person made the game, so... Ah, yes. Our Minotaur. This is an extraordinarily funny fight. If I can get it right. Ah. Well, I killed him. You can actually just, like, infinite bounce him off the wall with that throw with Ricardo, which is very funny. But I'm also kind of like only half paying attention because I really don't want to look at the screen more than I have to because I've already been playing a lot of games today. Yeah, the infinite mid-screen's fine. It's mainly just because he's like a mini-boss that I think it's so funny. But yeah, like mid-screen, the infinite is pretty simple on at least like mid-size or bigger enemies. The extremely funny delayed hit stun, because uppercut has a lot. So yeah, again, Ricardo, like, if you know you have health around especially, you can just, like, brute force so many things. We don't need facts to prove everything. Yeah, the distinct enemy behaviors are pretty neat. Makes, like, the parrying stuff kind of interesting. Because, like, you can really learn what parry maneuvers are going to be effective. Oh, I didn't make it. Yep. Had him there, but didn't make the dash. So yeah, definitely an interesting take on the genre. A lot of cool things in this game, and I don't even really feel like I'm showing him off because Ricardo can like brute force his way through this game so effectively. But again, like it's really hard for me to play this game for extended amounts of time because it's just unfortunately the screen shake. The screen shake is just so extreme. And Ricardo's dash, which works very poorly for that escape sequence, but, you know, whatever. Another thing I don't like about this game is that it has branching paths, but all the branching paths lead to a very similar ending. This whole sequence plays out almost identically with a few lines of text changed. And I find that very strange considering how big of diversion the plot is like kind of taking. And yeah, there's a table of endings for every character and every combination of characters, which seems very extreme. But yeah, and the tone, like, the whole environment's kind of like, I don't care about it. Like, it's not for me, but it's at least like being coherent with itself. But yeah, I mean, this game was Sebastian Garcia. Sebastian Garcia made this game, pretty much. And now we just have to tie him in a room and convince him to put a screen shake setting on it, and it'll be a perfect game. And yeah, he's supported it too. I guess that's another thing. He has added a lot of features over time. I can show a couple of those things. So this game has, like I said, the ending table, which at one point in my life I wanted to complete, and like, I just like suddenly clicked like, this is fucking dumb, man. It has a training mode with each character where like it kind of tries to teach you to do various combos. Like I can show can kind of show how like Gal works here by doing it. Start at advanced, see if I remember stuff. But yeah. So like there's neat stuff like being able to do that. This is pretty basic. Oh, that's not the special button. Just lost track of it. Yeah, just got the flip kicks. And that. The final fight down chain, and yeah, this is the big thing with parry. Yeah, then jump escapes. So there's all kinds of goofy stuff like that. This is something I think that got like patched in, was the weapon throws or weapon things for her. Whoop. Yeah, there's a lot of unlocks that another thing I'll say I don't like is what is it one? Oh. I don't know why this isn't giving it to me. There we go. Just wasn't getting the thing true, I guess. Oh. So yeah. And then not only does it have a belt for completing, it also keeps track of time of each of these. So lots of that stuff. Yeah, individual stages, you can do versus stuff, time attack, which is interesting because not only do you have time attack for the main characters, but you actually have time attack for every single minor enemy and boss. He made them controllable for these extra modes. Or maybe not every single boss. Maybe every boss? Yeah, that's every boss. And the same with like the survival mode. And all these are things he patched in over time. Yeah, and score attack. But yeah, the unlock system's interesting, but also, like I said, it's very strange to me that one of the add-ons is easy mode. And I also think this is kind of just like dumb to be this like, oh, you're a baby because you played easy mode. But, you know, whatever. And like, it's not even like you can buy easy mode immediately. It's just like not even there. So, there's a C here for some reason. That is not the grade this game will be receiving. All right. Fighting Rage. Someone class is a Joker. Yeah. An incredible entry into the genre by an indie developer, Seba Games, which takes a tremendous amount of inspiration from a variety of games from the what do I want to say here? From the golden days of the genre. Such as combining many of the control features from the original, adding special moves and mechanics from later games such as a special bar from Streets of Rage 3. And side movements. Mainly because I want to get 3 on the same thing, so I don't have a flying 3, or tailing 3. The art style is very much is unique, and it may not be to everyone's taste. It is very coherent with itself. Games. It also features a tremendous amount of side content such as training and survival modes. The game's glaring flaw is the developers' insistence. How do I spell this word? Insistence on including a large amount of screen shake to the extent that it becomes unplayable for many people. You may enjoy. So I'd recommend this game to anyone interested in the genre that wants a faster-paced game with a tremendous number of powerful options to use. You may not enjoy this game if the graphical direction, some character design, and screen shake is an issue. Alright, I'm pretty good with that. So, for grade. Yeah, prone to suffer from motion sickness. I'm giving this a B. I think this game is easily an A. Easily an A. But when you have knowingly and insistently discounted a tremendous amount of your audience because you refuse to address one graphical thing that is very common, a very common issue, and even becomes an issue for people who don't have that issue or like a motion sickness issue. To me, like, there's just no excuse for it. It's not even like it's a difficult thing to solve, like that the coloring of a lot of things is such a way that, you know, if a lot of things were colored in such a way that colorblind people had trouble with it, I'd be unhappy with that, but I could forgive that because that is a bigger problem to solve in some ways, because that involves a lot of art direction choices and whatnot. But the screen shake is, unless you built your engine in the most insane way imaginable, screen shake is literally something you should be able to remove without impacting anything else, or reduce without impacting anything else. So I just can't, I just can't accept that, even if it's a single person deal, even if all of it, even if it's the only thing, I just can't. I can't overlook it. It is too much. It is too much for me to look past in 2023, or even back when it was made in what was it, 2012 or 14. And if it was something that a few people are like, man, it's a little bit much sometimes, you know, it'd be one thing. But it's constant. It is always there, and it is always out of control. Yeah, legitimately every time I've ever played Fight and Rage, even when I didn't bring it up, somebody that came into it and said, man, I'd really like to play this game, but I can't because I cannot watch the screen shake this way. And I've heard that complaint too many times for me to ignore it. It's a shame. I would love to give this game an A. I'd love to. I think it deserves it. But the devs' sheer stubbornness has killed it for him. For me. So. Yeah. Color blindness is difficult to design around if you don't go in looking for it. If you come into your game prepared for the fact that you need to design for color blindness, there are tools out there that can help tremendously. That said, I get, like, if you didn't do that and you came in at the end and were like, oh shit, people that are red-green colorblind just can't see this. Then I get that that's a lot harder, because if you recolor one thing, that impacts how other things look, and if your whole design is based on things, then it starts becoming a problem. But, another game I could point to is Cyberpunk. The new Cyberpunk game, where they purposefully put in that flashing effect that is like known and designed to cause seizures. And it's like, man, I don't care. Like, I know you're trying to make this artistic point, and I don't fucking care, because you're like legitimately putting people's health in danger to like do what exactly? What exactly artistic merit does this have that you're deciding that people who have seizures legitimately have to just avoid your game entirely because you've purposefully decided to do that? Yeah, they purposefully put it in. There's a part of the game, I guess I haven't played it, so I can't say specifically where it is, but I remember reading about it on release, where they put in the specific way, like there's a medical way that they've learned with lights that's the most effective for causing seizures in a controlled environment, and they put it in the fucking game. On purpose. Not even like they found it and thought it was a cool lighting effect. Maybe they did take it out again. I wouldn't be surprised after how much backlash they got. But it's literally one of those things you hear about and you're like, what the fuck is wrong with you? Like, why would you do this? And again, this isn't that extreme on this. This isn't a thing that's causing potential harm to someone. But it is gutting your audience for no real apparent reason. It's a shame. Anyway, I had some more plans for today. I wanted to play Streets of Rage 4 today. That was actually on my list. I wanted to talk about it and how it came on and really influenced things, but to be blunt, Streets of Rage 4 is too long for how much time that I'm willing to keep playing here today. So that'll have to be another time, unfortunately. But I also had considered doing River City Girls today, but again, that's too long. And also, it's a lot more similar to the Scott Pilgrim and Castle Crashers in a lot of ways. So I'm gonna roll things out. Roll out the end of the day with Final Vendetta. This is another indie game. And for anyone who hasn't hung out in my channel, I like this game very much. I am not going to play it the way I usually play it, because the way I usually play it is a bit, how do I put this? I have learned how to push this game around very well. And a lot of what I do just kind of like takes away the ability of things to work in the game. Depending on how I feel after, I might do other stuff. Do it again with that, because I mean, nothing I found in this game ruins a casual playthrough. So there's that. But yeah, this game is this is on PC, yes. It's currently 50% off. Nice. But this game was actually designed in order to run on the Neo Geo. So it is truly an arcade game. I believe they're actually attempting to they are selling MVS parts of it. So they really designed it to be an MVS game. got 3 characters here. Miller is who I usually play. Claire and Duke are quite good. The funny thing to me about this game is that, so this game's been out quite a while, and the common conception that I've seen when I've seen people talk about this game is that Duke is the best character, and then it's not close, and then Claire's pretty good, and then Miller is like awful, and that is backwards. Miller is unstoppable, legitimately. Legitimately unstoppable. Claire is quite good, and Duke is fine, honestly. Duke is a perfectly good character, but yeah, this game has pretty free movement. It's got a block that's occasionally useful. You can juggle a lot. Yeah, a lot of people are trying to play Miller as like a grappler, and grappling's just not that good in this game. Yeah, Duke has the Fury swipes here that are quite good. Do a lot of hits. So if you want to build combo, Duke. You can just do this crap all day. But there's lots of like unique combo features due to like being able to cancel certain things in weird ways. And then so there's stuff like that where you can do multiple flip kicks in a combo. This game has had one patch, and I will say Duke did suffer from that patch because you used to be able to take this move, and if you were against the wall, you could cancel it to itself, and so you just like pummel people. And you can still sort of do it by doing a side dodge. You'd be like, I don't remember exactly how this works now. Yeah, like that. That's pretty good. It's a good thing to do. There's also a few hidden 1-ups. Yeah. I may remember where they are.
Come on, then.
Yeah, if you get creative, you can do some really funny combos. Yeah, this is in Europe. Somewhere. I mean, I don't hate this theme, but I'll say them saying the underground over and over again gets pretty old to me, personally. There's grounded kicks. I don't know, it was just like just enough to do to feel good.
Hurricane.
I guess I have to manually do it. Alright. Not this. Oh, that's right. That's. I guess it's not what I thought it was. Alright, whatever. The super meter is a bit weird. I think it's a little bit undercooked. You use it for like the Super Joy when it's full, which is cool, but you use it for like the forward specials too. But the forward specials don't use that much. Like Duke's forward special often builds more than it used, and there's not actually a restriction on having the meter before you use it. So like, I feel like the super meter is a little bit undercooked, but not like in a way that makes a problem. If that makes sense. Oh. Okay. There's a one-up up there, but it's pretty tough to get without the barrel. I'm not sure if Dookie can. Which player can. Yes, that is what I said. But Claire can, I believe Claire's up kicks reach high enough that you can get it anyway. Leaving points on the ground makes your eyes twitch? I'm sorry. I forget that score is a thing in video games, especially games like this. So the bosses often have like interesting, unique mechanics. This boss, when he stands up, will grab you. And that grab actually works through like invincibility and shit. So you just have to respect him as he's getting up, which and like every boss in this game has something kind of unique like that, I think. He also starts like doing combo breakers if he is alone.
I mean,
so that
easy.
And yeah, if you die, you pretty much automatically get an E rank on any stage. Oh right, there's actually a warning for that. It's been so long since I played this game on not Ultra. Yeah, the arrow juggling is a bit weird. Not having any like animation at all on enemies as they're being juggled. I understand it, but it does make things look a bit weird. There you go. I got it. I got the point item for you. It's not really 2010 because Castle Crashers was a 2008 game. But yeah, it's essentially stuff from Castle Crashers and what it did on like. Also, the way time worked out, I haven't really played that many different games. I was hoping to play 1 or 2 more, but alas, things take too long. I would like to get down. Okay, so one feature I don't like in this game. So the Super Joy in this game burns health, obviously, if you don't have enough. But if you don't have enough health, you'll like do a pose instead of posing it, which sucks. It's like fine because it's their own game, like they can make whatever decision they want, but it feels real bad to make the right decision and have your guy stand there like an idiot. Called a magic? Yeah, that's fair. I mean, there's definitely games where that move is just a magic attack. I didn't even think to look for the 1-up in that stage. I certainly missed it. Where is it? I don't even remember where that 1-up is. This one you get for kicking the seagull. There it is, there's the 1-up. Another thing that I need to remember that took a while to get used to is the jumping down attacks are really not very good in this game. Which is like, it's fine. It's not like it has to be the same in every game, but it is just like one of those, oh god, get used to this weird thing. This detail of this game. The attack the player is especially good at. It's incredible. It's a good name. Yeah, this game, I don't know. Like, I don't really know what to say about it. It's smooth, it plays, it controls really nicely. It's got a good challenge to it. It's just really a love letter to arcade games. There's some of the animations that I think are a bit weird just because like a few things are kind of over animated. Yeah, there's screen shake, but it's pretty limited. You know, when the big crusher slams and it screen shakes, it's like, yeah, that should be screen shake. Enemies hitting the ground is like a little bit, but even then, it's only when they do like a big slam, not like any time they fall to the ground. that. That's a big fall, not just a fall. Also, it's a beat 'em up that has a cricket bat as a weapon, which, you know, some people like. That's quite a bit of damage, actually.
You're going down, brother. Knock him down.
Yeah, like I said, each boss kind of has their own gimmicks. This guy's being the claw. The claw? Crane? And this, him being kind of wacky in general.
Bring it on.
E. The hit spark locations? Interesting. It's an interesting thing to be observing. Can't say I've looked that closely at them. Yeah, I get why they didn't want the rush punch thing, although I will say with what I know about the game now, it's kind of like, yeah, let him have it, whatever. It may be the first point of contact, like it's going as far, because this move hits like pretty far behind you, so it may be like the first place that, like scanning from back to front, that it's touching. Because like there you could see I was hitting the guy completely behind me, and that hit spark looked like it was still Still off to the side. These posters. Oh, it is this one. Okay. So yeah, free life hidden in the poster in this stage. I hit her twice. Oh, I guess I won't get the chicken. I don't remember how that gets me. I have to keep mashing. Yeah, you can do neat juggles like that if you know what to do. Alright, this stage, the 1-up is great. So, the 1-up here is, you have to get this knife and throw it at the rat. Still not as funny as kicking the seagull, but... Yes, this game's ranking system is very mean if you die. You are essentially guaranteed to get an E rank if you die at any time during the stage. It also penalizes you every time you're knocked down. So, like, even if you're not, you know, even if you're not actually dying, the process of dying is quite heavily punished. Oh, hello. Taking a nap behind the boxes. Interesting that this is like the old, this is legitimately the, well, I guess not legitimately, you fight the first boss, but I guess him and the first boss are the only two that you refight in this game. And then the final boss, Ozark here. So the first form's kind of interesting. They made it so this boss cannot be knocked down. He instead does this flip out. The second phase also cannot be knocked down, but instead of doing a flip out, he just no-sells. Kind of makes the fight like more interesting because like you're not juggling him like the other bosses. Instead, you're just like doing those rush pummels. Yeah, his arms fall off. He was a robot for some reason. Yeah, the super sound happens a lot with Duke specifically. That is very much a Duke problem. Yeah, this whole game kind of has like a love letter to the like cheesiness of arcade storylines where there's just a bunch of stuff that's true and they're just good with it being true. It's all fine. And it gives you an overall rank. And this nice splash photo at the end. So I've played this game a little bit. Let's talk. Let's talk. Final Vendetta. A game which is very much a love letter to the arcade style of brawler design. The three characters each feel very unique in spite of using the same basic controls and have their own effective tools. The game is much more in line with older games in both its difficulty and length, making it a great choice for anyone looking to challenge themselves. General art style is fantastic, although some of the animations feel a bit overdone, and the sound and music direction is spectacular. I recommend this game to anyone interested in genre as a whole and looking for a game to challenge themselves with. You may not enjoy this game if you are more interested in the large spectacle moves or want a larger, more detailed story. I think it seems okay. Actually, I'll add one more thing here. The story is very much a ham-fisted premise, calling back to the old, to the way they'd be presented in. You can continue. Not on Ultra, but you can continue in general. I mean, you could play this game casually. They added, so one thing they did do, let me go back here. So one thing they did add, after the release is the casual difficulty, so you could just play indefinitely. So they did take that in consideration when people complained about it. Yeah, this game's an easy A for me. This game is like, this game is essentially what I'd want if someone wanted to make an arcade style game. This does it. There's some weirdness with the art. Again, like the over animation looks a bit weird sometimes, but if that's my biggest complaint, then hell yeah. You know? Anyway, I don't quite want to stop yet, but I also don't have time to play anything else that's new. So, fuck you. I'm gonna play this game another time and show off the dumb shit. I deserve it. I played Scott Pilgrim today. I deserve this. So, Miller gets to run cancel a bunch of shit. So, he just gets to be anywhere he wants to be. You can, do that kind of thing where you juggle into the command throw. There's also some weirdness with how this game handles invincibility when you're dashing, or when you're doing dash attacks. That lets you conserve invincibility in times you're not supposed to have it. Ow. Probably gonna get a B now. Certainly getting a B now. River City Girls is on the list. I just don't have time to play it here tonight. Miller does not stop. Oh, wow, I got an S. Miller just runs over everything in this game. I'm also playing this on Ultra now, which is like, you get one death on Ultra. All of the free lives are gone. You don't get one due to score. And, you can't continue. So do funny stuff like that. Yeah, this is going to be a long-term project. So, things will be played in future times, but this week I only have so much time available. Duke's specialty? I guess it would be the rapid punches. But you get a lot of hits. Like, the one thing I'll say is, like, no matter how good you play with Miller, you're never gonna get a big the like super sized combos because he just does too much damage per contact, as opposed to so I hadn't been planning on it, just because I tend to just use Twitch for stuff, but a couple of people have asked me, so I may do that. But as of right now, it will not go on my main YouTube channel. To create a new YouTube channel. Let him hit the floor before he died. Tragic, really. So yeah, here's a good example of Miller can just be invincible. Yeah, that's fine. I don't mind people asking me questions. It is a more accessible format for people to watch the VODs sometimes. And Twitch is not really designed around that. If you want to hold a combo through the stage, you have to really stall here. It's probably not even long enough. Hi. As long as these guys don't dawdle super long.
Insignificant specimen to destroy.
If he gives me a pattern that doesn't suck.
Surprise!
Not the best. Yeah, so the big thing with this guy is if you're not doing these juggles and you're trying to like throw people, it kind of sucks. So like people try and play him as a grappler and it's a problem. And then also there's some like very specific invincibility abuse stuff. pretty constantly. Yeah, River, that's part of the reason I wanted to play with Duke before Miller, because I just know what I'm doing so well with Miller at this point. Yeah, also the hazards don't give you the warning on Ultra. That's another difference I forget about regularly. That takes... I can build those guys, really?
To be the man, you gotta beat the man.
It's especially funny on this guy because his animation for being juggled is, or sprite for being juggled is so goofy and big. He's also quite good at breaking the car with animation canceling.
I'm untouchable.
So one extremely finicky thing that I don't like about this game is that you can't full combo all the stages because of a couple specific spots. This being one of them, where the time between killing her and the next enemy, or whatever enemy you kill last, and the next enemy being like hittable is too long. So, like, no matter what I've tried, the combo will drop there. The chain, rather. like moving around with this character. Feels so incredible to me anymore. Oh, baby, I really fucked up the screen. So, you sidestep faster than the screen scrolls diagonally. So, yeah, I can be way down here.
Perdedor inútil.
Yeah, the sprite work definitely has a King of Fighters vibe to it. That's true. I think you can keep your chain here if you, like, do stuff correctly. A little bit of a pain. Especially considering I'm pretty sure you're guaranteed to lose an air or close to it. Whoops.
Let's
go.
get this over with.
Alright, let's see if I can get the Osric stuff. Admittedly, that's all phase 2, not phase 1. Phase 1 just sucks for Miller. Phase 2. Whoop. Oh my god, please. Well, other than being a complete idiot at the start of the fight, I did it correctly. Still an S rank, I'm kind of shocked. God, that combo feels good. That's all. Miller is such an incredible character. Just absolutely run over stuff. That's true. They did call them fries instead of chips. They goofed. I think at least one of the characters is, Miller is Canadian, that's what it is, but Claire is not, so I don't know. Alright, well, that's going to be it for today. Tomorrow morning is going to be the start of the usual time when I'm going to be doing these, which is Saturday mornings. Oh, these weekday streams have been fun, but unfortunately I do work normally. What should we do here? I think I've gotten a raid. I don't think I've gotten a chance to raid Saraleni in a while, so we can do that. Just doing Fury, which is kind of a beat-em-up adjacent game, kinda, sorta, maybe, if we're stretching the definitions a bit. You know, It's fine. I'm willing to take it. All right. See y'all another time.